quorum is present, and I am calling to order the Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025 meeting of the State Election Board, Georgia State Election Board. We will begin with our invocation. Dr. Johnson, would you lead us in invocation, please?
Yes. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, our Creator, Protector, and Guide, we are grateful for the blessings of life, love, hope, and joy. We're thankful and humbled by your tender mercies. Bless our President, Donald J. Trump, as he leads our nation and inspires the world to strive for peace, prosperity, and goodness. Bless our Governor, Brian P. Kemp, that he may lead the state soundly and justly. Lord, protect the President and all those who stand for the guiding principles of this great nation. Give them courage, strength, and the perseverance to make a difference and uphold faith, family, in the United States of America. We pray for those who are in harm's way or face any other adversity. Give them comfort and hope for a better day. Lord, be with us today as we do the work that you have intended for us to do. Give us discernment and wisdom as we deliberate. All the goodness and glory is yours, and we are your faithful servants. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Member King, if you'd say the pledge, and stand for the pledge. We do not have a flag, so you can face any direction you want.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Member King. The first item on the agenda today is, or the next item on the agenda is approval of board meeting minutes from the State Election Board meeting held on September 23rd, 2025 and September 24th, 2025. The board should have a copy of those minutes. If you'd take a second to review them, please. Glad to see that you got both fire alarms in here. So, any questions from the board on these minutes? The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the from the September 23rd and 24th, 2025 board meeting, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda is public comment.
Mr. Chair,
Member Johnston.
I believe Ms. Gazal wanted to amend the agenda.
Member Gazal. Hang on a second.
I would like to add an item for under new business as the members have been alerted on email. I would like to, under new business, I would like to discuss the petition from Cobb County for a waiver. And I would like to offer the opportunity for Cobb County to present their petition.
Any dissent from any member of the board? It's added to the agenda.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Member Johnson.
I would like to amend the agenda.
Okay.
I would like to add, under old business, the items that were taken up at the last meeting and agreed to be brought before this board at this meeting.
Which items are those?
Those items are resolutions for recommendations to the General Assembly, letter on support.
1 second, please. Okay. Next.
A letter of support on behalf of the board to the Election Assistance Commission.
Next.
And that is all.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Anything else from the board? Next item on the agenda then is a public comment. Our executive director will handle public comment. How many speakers do we have?
Looks like we've got about 15.
We have 15 speakers that should take approximately 30 minutes. If each speaker would limit their comments to 2 minutes each, please. And I ask that everybody please be respectful. We have differing opinions here, and there's no need to be ugly about it. So let's just hold the clapping, hold the cheers, hold everything. Let everybody have the respect from each other on public comments.
As you give your comments, when you get to about the last 15 seconds, I'll just tap, and you'll know you got about 15 seconds left. Let me call the first three, and if you want to, Mr. Chairman, do you want them to speak from
Right there.
Right here?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
a mic there, so.
So you'll get those cut on?
Yep.
I'll call the first three, and if you're in line, if you would just, the first person be seated, the other two may be in the middle, right there on the first bench, and that way that'll expedite things. The first speaker is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and then Brant Meadows, and then Earl Ferguson. So Elizabeth Hendrickson, if you would come forward.
Let's see which one works.
Just speak into one and
Tap
say
on one, let's see
test.
Is that it?
It seems to work. Let's try it.
All right.
It's on.
All right. My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and I am from Cobb County. I've attended or watched all the public meetings of this board for about the last 15 months, as well as the Blue Ribbon Committee meetings this year. I am concerned about the way business has been conducted by this board and the priorities of the majority, which often seem to be partisan, particularly the rulemaking. The lack of transparency in last-minute additions of significant matters to the agenda, surprising even some members of this board as well as the public, is concerning. It may or may not be technically illegal, but it is not in keeping with the intent of the open meetings laws. The open conflicts among the Secretary of State's office, the State Election Board, and the Executive Director are embarrassing and unproductive. The Executive Director, supported by some members, has publicly and repeatedly blamed the board chair, even stooping to derisive personal attacks. Regardless of the reasons for the conflict, about which there is much disagreement, this animosity and lack of professionalism does not serve the voters of Georgia well. Unless there has been a significant wording change since the last meeting, a rule is also being proposed today that is an attempt to twist the interpretation of the emergency provision of the current Georgia law to allow the immediate use of hand-marked paper ballots. This appears to be a blatant attempt to persuade this board to overstep their authority and change the law to achieve the petitioner's desired outcome. Please clear any language in this proposed rule with the Attorney General and follow his recommendations to avoid any more wasted taxpayer money trying to defend the indefensible in court. The Blue Ribbon Committee will be writing its report soon, and the legislature will likely be taking up a number of bills to add needed clarity to the election code, likely including directly addressing the composition and authority of this board. Until then, it seems that you're deferring rules of dubious legality, treating one another professionally, and focusing on adjudicating the backlog of cases in a fair and consistent manner would best serve Georgia voters.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Brant Meadows.
I'm Brant Meadows, founder of My Open Records. With over 2 decades of open records experience analyzing actual records themselves, for 22 months I've conducted a forensic audit of the Secretary of State's open records compliance. What I found threatens the foundation of Georgia's election integrity. This board oversees election integrity. How can Georgians trust our elections when the office responsible for them systematically conceals, deletes, and falsifies public records about those elections? A Republican official, Jason Frazier, requested voter information and voter list, denied. He requested federal election records that must be retained under the National Voter Registration Act, denied. He requested a comprehensive log of all open records requests. What he received had systematically been filtered. All 102 of my 2025 requests, many about election data, had been deleted from his log. Not just my log, everyone's log. I've been digitally erased from Georgia election transparency record. Carla Ferry, a candidate whose open records request affected 1,200 voters, was systematically obstructed. Election record transparency requests are being suppressed at a database level. This isn't about administrative efficiency. This is about concealing election information from public scrutiny. Within 24 hours of my September 22nd request for election records, it was already filtered from the log given to Mr. Jason Frazier. The real-time automatic concealment. On September 23rd, comparative analysis revealed neither log was accurate, one log missing 50% of the day's request. When the logs about transparency can't be trusted, how can we trust anyone else? Here's what I've documented with AI analysis over 22 months. 4,300 total violations of the Georgia Open Records Act, 600 criminal violations, 139 computer crimes, database manipulation, systematic deletion, 102 false statements, provably false, 307 violations of oath by public
Two
office.
minutes is up. I know that you'd spoken with the chairman about something, so
Yep.
ahead of time, so let me clarify that.
Mr. Ferguson,
I'm Earl Ferguson, and Mr. Meadows is going to present that for me.
so Mr. Ferguson has 2 minutes now.
Okay.
Of those violations, 26 federal crimes, including HAVA NVR violations for election records, 4 documented retaliations for exercising First Amendment rights, 3,700 violations, 702 three-day violations, legally required responses, 237 inspection right violations. This list goes on and on. Of the American Oversight Settlement, over 2,097 violations. 4 years later, they have zero compliance for what they had asked for. Between October and December 24, I submitted 75 requests. I got 0 responses. During that same period of time, the Governor's Office, Attorney General's Office, Inspector General all complied with identically styled requests. The Secretary of State is the outlier. You have to ask yourself why this is being done for 2 reasons. If my experience represents just 3% of requesters, I have 9 independent witnesses proving it's more. We're looking at 50 to 75,000 total violations over that period of time. If you're in the audience and you've had difficulty with getting open records from the Secretary of State's office, raise your hands for this board to be able to see that. The Secretary of State violates the Open Records Act more than it complies with it. 80 to 85% of Georgia citizens requesting election records and other records from the Secretary of State have at least 1 violation. For every 1 response that the Secretary of State does it right, 2 are done wrong. For every 1, 2 are done wrong. This is unrefutable evidence that is documented by the facts that were provided by the Secretary of State's office. These are emails. This is not something that was a menagerie or created. But thank you.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. All right, our next three speakers is Joseph Rossi, Amanda Preliman, did I say that right? Prediman, I apologize. And then Sam Carline, if he would come forward. And the first speaker would be Joseph Rossi. You may begin.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak factually and directly to you today. This isn't easy for me to deliver, and it's probably not going to be easy for you to receive. Your own actions and your own words before and on the day of 5/7/24 hearing are in clear violation of this board's own rules for a chairman. They're simply unethical. And so I'm here today to call for your immediate resignation. And those are strong words, so let me support it with facts, not a conspiracy. On that day, 5/7/24, with Dr. Johnson seated 4 feet to your left, having done countless hours of research on SEB 2023-25, and in the middle of her serious questioning of the Secretary of State's investigators, you engaged in some text messages with Member Jeffries, who was out of town that day in an important state meeting that he had a lot of responsibility for. I'm sympathetic to Member Jeffries. He was trying to get in and join the meeting. As a matter of fact, at 2:47:06, Member Jeffries texted you. I'll call in if you want me to. At 2:47:31, sir, this is sad for the chairman. You said, I don't think you want to be a part of this. That was the moment of truth for a chairman with leadership. Rather than pausing the meeting to enable Member Jeffries to participate, you allowed the meeting, sadly, to continue without him. Moment of truth number 2. Member Jeffries joined that meeting that day later. He apologized for missing it. He had a good excuse. It was an important meeting for him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rossi. 2 minutes is up. It'll be up to the chairman.
Can you let me finish for 30 seconds, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. Instead of, Mr. Jeffries then said, I'd like to bring up another resolution, bring up Dr. Jan's resolution again for a second. Again, a moment of truth for you to do the right thing at that point. At that point, you said, request denied. You're out of order, Mr. Jeffries. This is a sad day for the board, and this isn't easy for anyone, but your unethical behavior during that meeting and prior to that meeting, which you'll hear shortly, calls me or compels me to ask for your immediate resignation, sir. Thank you.
All right, Amanda Prediman.
Thank you. I'm here also in support of Mr. Rossi and all of his work. And so prior to May 7th, 2024 meeting, Mr. Chairman, you colluded with Board Member Lindsay and the Secretary of State and pre-negotiated a consent decree with Fulton County that would dispose of all charges without ever understanding how it was that the unlawful vote counting errors were generated. This fact was independently confirmed to a member of the Fulton Board, Julie Adams, in advance of the May 7th, 24 meeting by the attorney of the Fulton Board, who was also in on the scheme. Mr. Chairman, you rearranged the schedule knowing that Member Jeffries, a new member of the board, would not be present to endorse or second Dr. Johnston's motions and questions. You knew that Member Jeffries and Johnston were collegial and respected each other, and one might support the other, preventing this prearranged scheme from being adopted. Mr. Chairman, you knew that Member Jeffries was at an out-of-town meeting on other state matters and would not be able to call into the meeting until late in the afternoon, and told Member Jeffries and others that the case would be heard in the late afternoon. I remember this. SCB 2023-025 was on the agenda as the very last item for that day. However, the evening before, the complainants were informed by the board's paralegal that the agenda had been changed at the last minute by the chairman, who moved the hearing of this case to earlier in the day. The scheduling change would effectively prevent Member Jeffries from participating in the hearing of the case as originally planned. Mr. Chairman, the board is supposed to operate in a neutral and unbiased manner, seeking integrity and truth and fairness with our vote. You were each appointed, and while independent, your actions on this board reflect the one who appointed you. In this case, these actions were unethical and reflected poorly on the governor, and therefore you should resign. We all held high hopes that we would understand what occurred, what led to that, and we were all denied that. Thank you.
All right. The next speaker is Sam Carline.
That's Carnline, Grady County.
I apologize for that.
Grow pine trees, and you can make paper ballots out of pine trees.
Grady County. My grandparents from there.
Yeah, from Whigham, I think.
How'd you know that? That's good.
Word travels fast.
Yeah.
I'm here to explain to the board that until 2023-25 is properly addressed, you'll hear 2023-25 from now on. This has not been properly addressed. It needs to be properly addressed. Mr. Chairman, it seems like that when Mr. Lindsay was on the board, y'all had some, it just seems that y'all had some sort of trying to make a deal with Fulton County about not addressing 2023-25. And we won't take deals. We want to know the truth. And we feel like that Mr. Moncla and Mr. Rossi has brought forward the evidence, and that issue needs to be addressed. We're not going to have it shoved under the rug. Here I have copies of your text message through ORR with Mr. Jeffries, and it looks like, whether it's fact or fiction, they were purposefully held, Mr. Jeffries was purposefully held off from being here to support Dr. Johnson's much needed motion to have 2023-25 Rossi Moncla case taken care of. It's not a conspiracy, Mr. Chairman, when we have through ORR text messages back and forth with time stamps. And then, on top of that, very disappointing, I understand that Secretary of State's office offered you an attaboy by offering you up a bottle of whiskey or vodka or something like that I don't know that you ever got. But we don't need backroom deals, sir. We need everything to be above board.
Time is up.
Thank you.
All right, then we've got the next three speakers, Marissa Pyle, Richard Schroeder, and Maria Gatto.
Hi, board members. This one, yeah. My name's Marissa Pyle. I'm with All Voting is Local Georgia. Today, this board is scheduled to hear a rule proposal authored in part by an individual who is actively fundraising for a member of this board who has not recused herself from the consideration of that rule. Currently, there is a fundraising campaign that has raised nearly $30,000 by Sally Grubbs, who is a presenter of this rule, to be considered today, on behalf of board member Janice Johnston. with the express purpose of funding her legal bills for active litigation that Member Johnston is involved in her individual and her official capacity as a member of this board. To say that this is a potential conflict of interest and a potential violation of Georgia's ethics policy is, in my opinion, a laughable understatement. An SEB member is considering a rule proposal by someone who has raised tens of thousands of dollars for her direct use. At the last SEB meeting, attendees distributed flyers advertising this fundraiser. The fundraiser itself raises serious additional questions. It appears that at least 2 members of county boards of elections who are subject to investigation and discipline by this board have made public donations. Would these donations potentially influence rulings on cases in their counties, potentially given that Dr. Johnston, the beneficiary of the fundraiser, is a member of the board that would decide their fate? It also appears that at least 4 individuals who were involved with cases before the SEB have also donated publicly, raising ethical questions about Member Johnston's vote on those cases when they arise. Furthermore, the fundraiser also accepts anonymous donations, of which there are dozens, including a single one of $10,000. How does the public trust that those donations are not by people who are attempting to get favorable judgment or specified case actions? Since they are anonymous, how would members of the public even know which cases to ask her to recuse herself from? The ethical issues at play here are dismaying and severe. Instances like these are exactly what have led to the board losing public trust, being embroiled in controversy, and costing tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars. The voters of Georgia deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, if you know the code, board members are not prohibited from making donations, only the chairman. Next speaker would be Richard Schroeder.
Oh, please be lenient with my time. I just listened to her and she went so fast, I didn't get any of it. You can relate to that, Chairman. You gave me extra time one time because I was going so fast trying to get my point across. We're going to do a little training here first. I hope I can get it in without taking my time, but whatever way. This is Georgia Election Code Book 101, or Voting for Dummies, whichever way you want to go. Election management system is an electronic system that contains the rules. Database for elections allows the creation of ballots, generates ballot scanner, memory cards, computes tabulated results, and performs other functions. Something that does all that. We better have password protection. Okay, well, it's another rule. The election management system shall remain password locked at all times. Perfect. And this is the password. It's been out. This shirt's a year old. I did the same speech a year ago. And we got an election. We're using the Dominion machines. Hello? Who do we blame? Secretary of State sends a directive to Hall County, and they trained me on the machines with no password. I had to quit. I don't think it's right. I want to serve mine. Now to my words. We're still voting on the Dominion machines in this election. We would much better off if we had a state election board chairman that worked with the board to promulgate the rules, laws, and investigations instead of conspiring with board members to stay absent during voting. Remember, you're the Georgia electors board between them and the Secretary of State. Conspiring to change votes does not benefit the electors. I really encourage you, Chairman, to step down from this position and allow this board to better represent the Georgia voters. Today, there's no way to calculate the pain and misery from these elections.
10 seconds.
Today, we have hope, faith, and love. The greatest of these is love. And we're just praying for our country. And
Time
thank
is
you,
up.
John.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Maria?
Good morning. Thank you. I started to be a regular at the SEB meetings about 4 years ago after witnessing horrendous cheating. And my reports I was told to report to the Secretary of State's office, which I did, because in October of 2020, in January of 21, the runoff election, and then again in 2024, 2 of those incidences were right around the corner from us, right at Mitchell Street and 130 Peachtree Street. when I saw tens of thousands of ballots, illicit ballots, being loaded onto trucks. Now, I've reported this to this board thinking maybe you will see my complaint. It never went anywhere. I've been waiting to get called. It never has been. And then I was so shocked the last meeting to learn that only the chairman has been communicating with the Secretary of State's office to decide which cases are triaged or brought up. At least 2 of those cases were felonies, and one of those 2 was treason. And my cases have been squashed, never brought up. Somebody knew it. Where are they? Have they been swept under the rug at the Secretary of State's office? Have they been shredded in his shredder? Have they been flushed down the Secretary of State's toilet? Where are they? They're not being brought up. And I was stunned to know that the rest of the board, Chairman Verveer, has not been made aware of the volume of complaints that have been there for some up to 5 years.
You have 15 seconds.
I worked with you about 30 years ago when you were at, I had your rehabilitation contract with my group at Waffle House. And you're a very different person now, John. I think you do need to resign.
Time is up.
Thank you.
All right, I believe there's Sandra Bouchard and Janet Grant and Conrad, is it Hayashi? I'm sorry, Hayashi.
Sandra Burkhart.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I pray and I am passionate about truth and justice. That is why I continue to show up and make public comments whenever I can. The question is, why is every county in Georgia required to use machines so fraudulent other states have outlawed them? The answer is simple. The desire of many is to keep things going the way they have been going, not for transparent elections, but for selections. Before the vote, the first vote is even cast. That is happening now. I am tired of it. Georgia currently has laws and procedures in place to use paper ballots in case there's a power failure. Why can't we just follow those procedures? I know my legal doesn't vote doesn't count, and I'm tired of it. This is not a partisan issue. It is not about the people who run the elections. Most of them work hard and are people of integrity. It is about the machines. The machines must go. They are large, cumbersome to move and store, and complicated, much more than a paper ballot. Plus, training is more complicated, and privacy can be a concern. I am praying and willing to do all I can to see that Georgia has honest, legal, accurate, verifiable elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get this timer reset. Okay. All right. Miss Janet Grant?
Yep, thank you. My name's Janet Grant. I live in DeKalb County, where I'm an area poll manager responsible for the election day polls in the city of Decatur. It's hard to prepare to, quote, speak on matters coming before the board, given the practice over many meetings over the last year in which the vice chair adds consequential items to the agenda at the start of the meeting with no public notice or even notice to the chair or fellow board members. For this meeting, an amended agenda added special presentations under old business for which, again, the public has no visibility. Transparency of the rule petition on this agenda is also of concern. While it was discussed at the last meeting, there's still no proposed language posted and available to the public to review. This petition appears to be well outside the scope of this board. Rather, the use of hand-marked paper ballots would clearly require statutory changes. With the effective date of July 1, 2026 for the requirement of SB 189 to eliminate the use of QR codes, a thorough nonpartisan cost-benefit analysis of alternatives needs to be considered by the legislature. I'm concerned, however, that partisan conspiracy theories will drive this decision instead of best practices with appropriate safeguards for the unique risks of each option. I'm also concerned that the move to hand-marked paper ballots would not satisfy the vocal election deniers, and they would move on to advocate for hand counting, which has been widely shown to introduce significant human error. In fact, a recent study by Rice University showed that with just 120 ballots, accurate counting happened only 58% of the time. I strongly urge this board to comply with the open meeting
15
laws
seconds.
and stay in its lane and leave decisions about paper ballots as required by law to the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Conrad.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the SEB. I'm Dr. Conrad Hayashi, previously a Navy captain prior to becoming a Georgia resident in 2007, then serving as a physician and later a military provider and medical director for the Army and finally our Defense Health Agency. I'd like to recite briefly from the Gospel of Matthew 6:6. But you, when you pray, go into your room, and when you have shut your door, pray to your Father who is in the secret place, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you. I bring this up to encourage respect of all Georgia's roughly 11.2 million citizens, particularly by anyone praying on the taxpayer's dime in an official meeting. Here in Georgia, we have roughly about 8.5%, 950,000 and change, of the population who are of Jewish faith, followers of Islam, atheists or agnostics, and another roughly 20% who say they are nothing in particular. Throughout my military career, it was the commander's responsibility to assure chaplains conducted only non-exclusionary prayer, to honor and demonstrate basic respect for those of all faiths. Therefore, they were not to invoke Krishna, the Buddha, the angel Gabriel, Jesus, Odin, Muhammad, or any other named prophet in public prayers. Notably, President Trump has signed executive orders addressing anti-Semitism in each of his terms. While invoking Jesus before those of Jewish or other belief and faiths may not be intended to be callous, insensitive, or anti-Semitic, it does not demonstrate enlightened awareness. Using different prophet names, for example,
10
Muhammad
seconds.
or Krishna at different meetings of the SEB would provide an idea of just how, quote, in Jesus' name, unquote, may be perceived. There is no place in a democracy
time
for
has
religious
expired.
Calvinism. Thank you.
All right, the last three we have Liz, is it Throop? I'm sorry, Liz. And then we have Max Claviso and Lauren Collins. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm glad this body is considering defining critical terms in our election rules. The option of backup ballots is vital when errors are detected on digital ballots. If an error were detected on touchscreens, even at the start of advanced voting, there's still not enough time to correct that digital ballot and conduct legally noticed logic and accuracy testing without disrupting voting for days. Per 21-374, public notice of the time and place of logic and accuracy testing needs to be made at least 5 days prior to conducting it. That's a third of the voting period. A member of my county's Board of Elections refused to certify our 2023 general election on just these grounds. The county had noticed an error, corrected the digital ballot, put the new ballot on the voting machines, and conducted LAT, but without waiting the required 5 days. For that reason, a board member chose not to certify our election at all. Georgia's elections need to be compliant with all laws and still allow Georgians to vote. Please adopt changes to 183-112. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Max.
Good morning. I'm Max Clavijo from Forsyth County. I want to make a few comments about the lawfare that we as election officials face. The board in front of me has faced many lawsuits, as you're acutely aware. Today you'll be addressing directors and officers insurance. Boards of registration and elections all over the state face lawsuits as well. In fact, the Elias Law Group sent a letter threatening legal civil action against board members if they perform any unspecified voter roll maintenance activities. I think that people on this board in front of me and people on election officials on boards all across the state need to be indemnified against this legal action until the legislature, or unless the legislature takes some more forceful action. So please encourage, first of all, the board here to indemnify your board members, but also encourage boards across the state to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lauren.
A few months ago, this board voted to finally dismiss the matters concerning the organization True the Vote. You know that True the Vote submitted a complaint in late 2021 alleging a widespread voter fraud scheme. I recall Dr. Johnston expressing concern for the safety of their supposed whistleblower. But True the Vote steadfastly refused to ever produce any of the evidence they supposedly possessed. And when you finally compelled them to answer via subpoena, they produced nothing. Yet, after that subpoena response became public, True the Vote has repeatedly claimed that they produced, quote, over 6,000 documents to the SCB. They have claimed this both in writing and on video at least 9 times. And in June 2024, True the Vote President Catherine Engelbrecht claimed in a video that the number of documents they produced to you was actually over 8,000. But this claim of thousands of documents is entirely fictional. You can check yourself, but I already have. I made an open records request last year. Alexandra Harden confirmed with the AG's office that True the Vote never produced any documents to anyone in the AG's office. True the Vote told you in their complaint that they had mountains of evidence. You just had to ask for it. But when you asked, they refused to share. They even attempted to withdraw their complaint rather than say what they had. When finally compelled to answer by subpoena, they admitted they had nothing. Then they turned around and told the public again and again that they had produced thousands of documents to you, and they painted you as the villains based on that lie. And this is important beyond merely their reputation with the public. True the Vote has frequently sought an audience with other election boards and legislatures claiming to be experts in their field. Officials in other states need to hear from you that they lied to you and about you, and they are not a credible source. And you need to also cannot allow your complaint process to be abused by dishonest grifters. Simply put, True the Vote is a bad faith actor. They never conducted themselves honestly with this board. They abused your willingness to trust them, and they have repeatedly lied to the public about what they did with you. And I implore you to protect others by publicly sharing my last sentence.
Your time is up. Last sentence.
By publicly sharing how True the Vote has repeatedly lied about their interactions with this board to help prevent them from doing this again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Federal court.
That concludes our public comment portion of the meeting. Next item on the agenda is old business, and the first item under old business is special presentations. I'm not sure who put that on the agenda.
I did.
Okay. Dr. Johnson?
It's a carryover from last month's meeting to arrange for a special presentation to the board for implementation of SB 189 and the method of voting without QR codes. I believe we've asked a representative from Secretary of State's office, Blake Evans, but he was not available because of an ongoing election that is taking place right now. And as far as I know, no other board members have invited any experts or anyone else to present. I have arranged for a cybersecurity expert to be at the November meeting, and perhaps Blake Evans could be present then to provide the board with their plans of what they have done to implement 189 for next July. So in conclusion, there's no special presentation today.
Who's the cybersecurity expert that'll be joining us?
It will be Clay Parikh.
What's the last name?
Parikh. P-I-R-K-H, I believe. P-I-R. I don't know. P-A-I-R-K-H.
I-K-H, okay.
I think. I would request that any board member that would like to ask staff from the Elections Division of the Secretary of State, or maybe from IT with the Secretary of State, to just inform the board and update the board as to what the plans are for after July 1st, 2026.
Should we ask a legislator to attend since they passed it and
At this point, it's up to the SOS to implement it.
didn't it require some funding though, and they haven't?
I don't know, you know more about it than we do, Mr. Chair.
Well, we'll see. Okay.
Before we move on, Mr. Chairman, are you going to contact Blake Evans in regards to
I'll ask, yes.
November?
I'll ask the SOS. Okay.
And to be clear, Ms. Jan, are you contacting this Clay Parikh?
Yes.
That's already been done. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
For my clarification, when you say you're gonna contact the SOS, is that you asking specifically for Blake, or are you asking for any person from the SOS office to show up that may not be able to present? Sorry. My quick question.
Well, I think
Okay. In regards to you contacting the SOS, just for clarification, will you be contacting Mr. Blake Evans or anyone from the SOS office?
I'll ask anyone's available.
Well, my concern with that is that there may be someone who can't answer the question, so then we're kind of put back in the same situation. So let's ensure we have someone that can actually answer our questions. Thank you.
Would it be possible to invite the Secretary of State to the meeting?
Is that, yes, Mr. Chair, will you be inviting the Secretary of State?
I don't know who they'll have available. I will call over there and see who
Well,
wants
we're
to
just asking you to invite him,
to invite the.
Secretary of State.
No. I will see. I will ask if he wants to attend. Yes.
Thank you.
Right. I don't generally contact him directly, but I'll find out.
We know you can.
All right.
That's a little unclear. As a director, I'd just like to know, is the Secretary of State going to be invited, or are you declining to make that invitation?
I haven't declined anything. I said that I would contact the Secretary of State's office and invite either the.
That's not the question.
That's not the question. I mean,
What
we
is your
have
question?
access to the Secretary of State's email. Are you going to invite him or are you not, Mr. Chair?
I'm
This
going
is
to invite somebody from the Secretary of State, and I will say the Secretary of State himself is invited to this meeting. I mean, what else would you want me to do besides that?
we just wanted you to be clear. That's all. Just wanted you to be clear. Just wanted you to be clear.
Anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a rule petition, proposed rule petition, Rule 183-1-12-.02. Definitions, petitioners are Jean Dufort, Mike St. Louis, and Sally Grubbs. We received a revised copy of that rule yesterday or the day before, and I believe it was posted yesterday on the website. So, have you checked? Was it posted? It was posted. Okay.
Good morning.
Timer's off.
Beautiful day in the neighborhood, right? My name is Sally Grubbs, and so this is Jean Dufort, and Mike St. Louis couldn't be here with us today due to some medical issues. But I appreciate his input and his support in doing this rule petition. And I just have to say, it's amazing to me how people will oppose a rule petition without really even understanding it or knowing what it's for. And let me just begin by saying that SB 189 is the law in the state of Georgia, regardless of, it's kind of funny because I look at these laws about the flock cameras and different things that they implement, and it's never a question of, are we really going to comply with that law? Let's see if it's practical to comply with that law. No, people just automatically comply with the law, and so this is no different. We have to comply with the law where it is concerning the QR codes. So just for everybody watching, we did work, per the last board meeting, we agreed to work with Senator Jeffries and with Ms. Gazal, Member Gazal, and we did work cooperatively, and actually it was a very pleasant experience. And I thank you, Member Gazal, for your input and your expertise and what you had to add. And, it's nice when we all get along, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Just the feeling of getting along and working together is a very good feeling. And so it kind of surprises me when I hear Ms. Hendricks or Hendrickson from Cobb when she's opposing the rule without even really knowing what the petition is all about. So I'm just going to hit some key points. I left a copy, the final draft, on your desk, along with the Georgia Republican Party, which I do have the full support of Chairman Josh McCoon and the Georgia Republican Party in proposing defining terms. So the purpose is to define the terms of impossible and impracticable as they apply to the use of voting equipment under OCGA 21-2-281, ensuring consistent application of Georgia law when counties must use hand-marked paper ballots. So key points on the proposed rule, and just to be clear, this puts it into rulemaking process. I think maybe some of the people who are speaking in opposition don't understand that this just begins the process of rulemaking. It does not automatically today make it a rule. I wish it did, because there's a good reason, which I'll explain to you with why this would be a good rule to have in place right now. But the normal rulemaking process defines the terms and their application as a standard part of rulemaking. The State Election Board currently defines about 30 election-related terms in its rules. This proposal simply adds 2 additional terms, quote, impossible and impracticable, specifically for the use of voting equipment. Other state agencies, such as the Department of Transportation, Agriculture, Corrections, and Human Services, each define hundreds of operational terms for their respective disciplines. So this is nothing unusual among these bureaucratic agencies across the state. The last new definitions were added by the State Election Board in 2020. So it's not like, you know, we can't use the excuse, oh, this is last minute, and oh, you're throwing this in with, you know, a last minute thing that's going to affect current elections. No, it's been a while since we had new definitive terms introduced. Once the rule is adopted into the rulemaking process, a 30-day public comment period begins, and it must also be distributed to the 2 legislative standing committees on elections. The State Election Board and us as co-petitioners will actively seek committee input during this period. So rather than just waiting to a meeting for someone to complain, will happily give anyone my phone number, and me and Ms. DeFort will be happy to answer any questions. The scope and the flexibility of the rule recognizes a range of possible situations where components of the voting system may be impossible or impracticable to use at the polling place, the county, and statewide level. These determinations should be made on an election-by-election basis depending on the specific circumstances. For example, a county may find it impracticable to ensure a touchscreen ballot secrecy in a large presidential election due to space limits, but in a small municipal election, it may have adequate room to do so. It applies to all the equipment for all the components involved in an election. If scanners become unusable or inaccessible, a hand count may be required, illustrating that the rule extends beyond ballot marking devices. Authority and responsibility. This confirms that the State Election Board has the authority affirmed by Judge Totenberg to declare voting equipment impossible or impracticable for any given election. It reinforces that the Secretary of State and counties also have authority to make such determinations. Counties have a legal duty to comply with election code even without direct instruction, and that's a key point to remember in the illustration I'll give you in a moment. Examples and compliance. 2 examples provided for impossible and impracticable relate directly to existing clear state laws enacted when Georgia adopted BMDs. These examples may raise uncomfortable realities, but are grounded in statutory requirements already in place. Updates to existing rules. The current SEB rule governing backup or emergency ballots will need to be revised to align with these new definitions in the controlling statutes. That follow-up rulemaking process will occur soon after adoption of this rule because, as we all know, you will adopt my rule, and you will smile when you do it. Rulemaking, vote, and public input. On October 22nd, today, it only determines whether the proposal enters the rulemaking process. It is not the final adoption. This vote simply opens the rule for at least 30 days of public comment. If substantial changes are proposed and accepted, the 30-day clock starts. We encourage constructive input. Individuals with specific or urgent amendments should submit them in writing before the vote and request to speak briefly to explain their comments. The goal is to ensure feedback is properly recorded, not transcribed live during the meeting. Written comments may be sent by email or paper submission prior to the vote. I've prepared this briefing document. I would encourage you to read it. If anybody else would like it, please let me know. So that's kind of the introduction. Now, I will say, you know, it's interesting in today's times, you know, working together with a Democrat as being a state party official in the Georgia GOP, you know, there's shock and awe on people's faces. But it's truly, we have not discussed one thing that is a partisan issue. This has all been in cooperation, and because I believe that voting is a right that should apply to everyone equally. And I'm going to tell you about a situation that came up this weekend. Got a phone call about a county where the 2 Republican candidates that are running for the Public Service Commission, on the BMDs, it showed that they were incumbents, but it did not show that they were Republicans. And so a call was made to the election director, and this is not anything y'all would know about at this point in time, but a call was made to the election director and checked first thing Monday morning. I spoke to her first thing Monday, and on the BMD display, it showed the candidates' names, and it showed that they were incumbent, but it did not show that they were Republican. But guess what? When the ballot printed, it said incumbent Republican. So I would like for someone to explain to me how a BMD, and we've had instances of this happen before, but it's kind of like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall, catching it in the act. But in this situation, it happened that way in Oakwood with the Hall County case, which was dismissed, which, by the way, I think that was completely inappropriate to dismiss that. But certainly that put our candidates at a disadvantage because you had people voting in early voting that did not know that those two candidates showed they were incumbents but did not show that they were Republicans. So on the printed ballot, it did show they were Republican, but as we know from prior studies, less than 5% of people, when they get the printed ballot, even proof it to look at it. Now, that would have been something that would have been caught had they been voting on a hand-marked paper ballot. So in talking with the election director, they fixed the BMDs. I'm not sure how they were fixed, but I don't know if logic and accuracy testing was reperformed on the BMDs. And there were people who had already requested absentee ballots. Were the absentee ballots correct? I don't know the answer to that yet. And how many people voted without knowing whether they were voting actually for the Republican or not. Now, one thing that's important to know about me is that in 2022, we had a House district race in Cobb County where the Democrat was left off the ballot. And because I do see it as a nonpartisan issue, I immediately turned it in as a call log at the RNC. And I'm like, guys, there's a problem. There was a candidate left off the ballot. Well, was it a Republican or a Democrat? And I said, well, it was a Democrat. And they said, well, then it's not our problem. And no, not to impugn the RNC or anything, because I love them. However, it was a problem for me, because if it could happen to a Democrat, it could happen to a Republican too. And so this is where, in this situation with this particular county, impossible and impracticable would come into play, because you would need to use that backup balloting process to allow people to vote on a hand-marked ballot until the machines could be properly checked, reprogrammed, and logic and accuracy testing done on those components. And in this case, I don't think it happened. Now, I'm not angry at that election director. Part of the problem is we have 159 counties in Georgia, and some counties are more enabled to do things than other counties. Also, you don't have counties that are necessarily communicating with each other. And as we just heard from Mr. Meadows, when it comes to open records request, a county might make a complaint to the Secretary of State's office, but is anybody paying attention to say, okay, this is happening, say, for example, in Liberty County, but is the same thing happening in Catoosa County? There's no cross-check to understand, is this a systemic issue, or is this just a one-off issue based on the way that we conduct elections on a county-by-county basis? So for that reason, I believe that we do need to have the definitions of impossible and impracticable enabled. And one of the things that we discussed in our little committee was that in the rule, the entity that you go to make the complaint, and I think we're all sick and tired of a litigious nature in the way elections are handled. We all know that if you have to contest an election, it has to be within a certain amount of time, and you got to go to court and all this kind of stuff. And by the time that's over, we've already told election officials, you must certify. So you must certify that election. So by the time you get down to the nitty-gritty of what's actually happened, it's too late. And then you have the case of Hall County, where you have candidates that are good candidates and they have every right to know the truth, but they don't have the money to fight it in court. And for that reason, that's how we came up with the terms, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Dufort and let her expound on it.
Thank you. I'm Jean Dufort. I'm chair of the Morgan County Democrats, and probably the most truthful thing you said is we don't agree on much when it comes to elections. We don't even agree on lots of policy of how you conduct elections, right?
Right.
But on this matter, we agree wholeheartedly, and that is that our election officials deserve certainty. The law gives 500 plus people in the state of Georgia the responsibility and the authority to conduct legal elections. 5 of them are you, but 159 counties have boards. And if we learn one thing from Eternal Vigilance, it's that uniformity is a word that is not only used to describe the mechanics of how we vote, it is the conduct of elections. We want all of them having the guardrails. Let me tell you about our little work group. It was a super good process. If there's one thing I'm happy about, it's that the outcome of an hour-and-a-half discussion at the last meeting about our proposed rule ended in, let's go talk about it more thoughtfully in a smaller work group. And let's see if we can get it to be better than it started. It started out pretty good, and it's better today. I apologize that that process took time. And so by the time we gave the final agreed on draft on Monday, it didn't get published right away. And the complaint that the public didn't have a chance to read it and review it is a legitimate complaint that I hope in the future we all work a little harder to make sure that they have that opportunity. Because frankly, that's a real thing, right? Public oversight. But our group practically consisted of 2 members, Mr. Jeffries and Ms. Gazal. Sally, me, and Mike St. Louis in absentia. Mike had a medical procedure, so he got his friend Brian Sells, who is a very well-respected election attorney in the state of Georgia. So we had 2 legal minds, both of whom are well-grounded in the conduct of elections and the law as it relates to elections. So these discussions were very productive. The most interesting and telling thing, I think, to know about why we should start this rule today by voting yes and put it into process is because it took the 5 of us 3 different sessions an hour long to talk with one another, exchange emails, listen to one another, argue about some things, and we finally came to the final draft at the very end of that process. So if those 5 people couldn't start out by saying, what does impossible and impractical mean? And how do you get to that? And who decides? If we couldn't, what struggle do you think the 500 plus election board members in 159 counties are going to have to be? And how can that process possibly result in uniform decision making when, as the legislature prescribed 60 odd years ago, there has to be a backup? There will be times, many we can't anticipate, there will be times there has to be a backup, voting has to continue. So we believe that, with 30 odd definitions already in place, this bit of the law is 60 odd years old. It is about time to define impossible and impracticable in the thoughtful, grounded in the law way we've done it. Now, what does this rule do and what does it not do? It adds definitions. It takes the conversations we had over 3 sessions and puts them into a series, a checklist, as it were, a criteria list, so that any county facing this decision, or you facing this decision, or the Secretary of State facing this decision, all of whom, in different ways, state law says you guys are responsible for this. It gives you sort of a checklist and a criteria to go down. With this circumstance we have here, how does this fit? What has the legislature said about it? So I think this guideline is a critical guideline, and I'm super appreciative of the engagement, the opportunity to engage, the opportunity to get it more right. But what isn't this? This isn't a switch from the primary voting system to the backup system. This is a set of definitions that will help the 500 plus people charged with conducting legal elections know when does this circumstance mean we need to make a shift from the primary system to the backup system, right? Not a permanent change, not a substitute. It doesn't redefine anything. It's not a backdoor to anything. It is taking what the legislature said to you, putting it into definitions, which is a routine action on your part. So, I would say there was an example we actually talked about that goes to, when do you have to do hand counts? Because I've got an allergy to hand counts. I know you've got an allergy to hand counts. We maybe disagree with some other people here that should not be the primary system, but Michelle Long Spears, she's in office today, duly elected by the voters, because the scanners weren't giving us the outcome that the voters actually voted for, and a hand count was the only way to determine that, right? So we can all imagine circumstances where stuff doesn't work. We talked last time about my county when the cards wouldn't bring ballots up on screens. We had to switch, right? So there are all different kinds of circumstance. The one example the legislature gave you as a guideline, it's only one and it's really old, was what if all the candidates don't fit on a page? What do you do? Well, that isn't something that just happened on election day. That was known in advance. It couldn't fit. Okay, use the backup system. This example we're struggling with right now. Here's one thing we disagree on, right? I think the Democrats are disadvantaged by leaving the Republican label off, because I'd be embarrassed to be those Republicans. So we see different reasons for that, but we do agree that you should have, the law says you should have your party label on it, and the party label should be on it. So I don't know that I need to say much more, except I hope you will respect the work our working group did over these sessions. I will hope you will respect the precedent that you absolutely are responsible for making definitions, and you've done it. This body has done it a lot of times before, and I can't think of a time when we more needed to have clarity in when and where should we trigger a temporary switch from a primary system to a backup system. So to me, you owe these 500 odd people, most of whom are volunteers, very low paid, as you are too, actually, for the work you put in, right? Give these people, start the process to give these people clarity, and let's get the discussion underway so you can get the feedback, and hopefully that will result in this rule, because 2026 is right around the corner. And we are voting now, and there's a problem now in Harris County, and it's just, the best time to get this done is today if it couldn't have been yesterday. So let's do this today. Thank you very much.
The last thing I will add is that to not do this is unfair to the candidates. The candidates put their blood, sweat, and tears into their campaigns, and I know this because I did alert our PSC candidates to the issue, and they're out busy campaigning. They're traveling all over the state. And then they got to switch gears and stop and go, wait, I'm not getting a fair election in such and such county because they left off my Republican designation. That is not fair to them to put that burden on them. Now they got to stop and think, okay, do I need to hire an attorney? You guys exist for the good reason to do exactly what we're asking you to do today.
Any questions from the board?
Question.
I'm sorry, Member Johnson.
Might we hear from the board members that were in the working group?
Member Gazal.
I appreciate the opportunity to work in good faith and cooperatively. We have not, I intend to abstain on this vote.
Member Jeffries.
We did work, and you got my microphone on?
Yes.
I don't speak much, I want to make sure. But I'm gonna make the motion to move this forward. But I still think we need to get with the guys across the street and get it put in law.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is a good move. We'll get it moving, and I'll find somebody, House member, Senate member, to take this and get it passed.
Thank you.
So in that, I make the motion to move forward.
Any further comment from boards? Any questions? Member King?
There is a portion of the state code that is aligned with SEB duties that causes me to also like to support moving it forward. And that's because in Section 7 of 21-2-31, it says that part of our duties as a state election board is to promulgate rules and regulations to define uniform and non-discriminatory standards concerning what constitutes a vote and what will be counted as a vote for each category of voting system used in this state. So that's where I get hung up on as it relates to those who would like us to oppose moving this forward, is that we do have a responsibility to define uniformity. And if there is a reason why our county officials are confused, unaligned, and unable to move forward in certain situations because there is not definition or a reasonable definition to create uniformity, then that does fall on the state election board. I also agree with Member Jeffries that I would like to hear what the legislature's attorneys have to say, but I do support moving it forward.
Thank you.
Any further comments? The chair will entertain a motion
I make a motion to move it forward.
to initiate rulemaking procedures.
Yes.
We have a motion to initiate rulemaking procedures. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of initiating rulemaking procedures signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Dr. Johnson? Did you vote? She's abstaining. Dr. Johnson and Member Gazal are abstaining. Guess the motion carries 2-0.
You can always cast your approval.
I'll talk to you about that later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Gazal.
may I make a motion for a 5-minute comfort break?
Absolutely. Without dissent, we will have a 5-minute comfort break, and we'll be back here at 10:46. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the D&O insurance. Dr. Johnson, is that one of yours?
The executive director might report on that, or he may want to include that in his director's report.
You want to include in director? You want to include it in your executive
I'll
director?
do
Okay. Well, I did have a pen somewhere. There it is. The D&O insurance will be heard during the executive director's report. Next item on the agenda is 2024 SEB rules.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The rules that were adopted or approved to be adopted in 2024, as you know, were 7 of those rules were contested and enjoined and taken all the way to the Supreme Court, where there are now new hurdles to meet before to consider a rule as valid for approval and adoption. But when it was all said and done, 7 of the 11 rules were either adopted and published. 4 of those rules were adopted and published, and the other 3 rules did meet the new Georgia Supreme Court hurdles. Therefore, they would be. They've already been approved by this state election board to be adopted, but I could not find where they were published, where they were certified and published.
I have some information on that.
Thank you.
You had made that request via email. I got a response from the Secretary of State's office that I will forward to Executive Director and Hope, that there's a set procedure for publishing those that needs to be followed, and they told me I don't know the procedure offhand what is, so I will forward that to Executive Director Mills, and once we go through that procedure, they'll be published online. So.
Okay, so the Secretary of State will certify those 3 rules.
Once
that
they've
were
gone through
part
the
of
process, yes.
What's the process?
I don't know the exact process. I just got a response, and I will forward it to Director Mills, and once we go through the process, then it'll be certified. So.
Okay, I would request that those there's a certification that the Secretary of State produces, and of course I would like that to be sent to the State Election Board so we can keep it on file with our documents, and then it should be published in rules and regulations forthwith.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
And the final step with rules, so that's 7 of the 11 rules that were petitioned last year, mostly by citizen petitioners and 1 by a sitting board member. 7 of the 11 will be adopted and published as rules. The State Election Board is required or directed to notify all of the county supervisors of these rules. Correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that the State Election Board follows through with that final step.
All right. Any further questions? Good. All right. The next item on the agenda is resolution for recommendations to the General Assembly.
Yes. Last month, I proposed to this board to make to present 2 resolutions for recommendations for the General Assembly to consider for legislation. The first was a recommendation to consider and to end no excuse absentee voting. And I agreed to bring it back to the board today to consider and vote, simply to send a letter to the leadership over at the Capitol to kindly consider that recommendation. The other resolution is for considering legislation to require timely receipt of all ballots. Specifically, the deadline for ballot receipt should be 7 p.m. on Election Day. That would include overseas citizens and uniformed citizens, UOCAVA ballots. Must be in by 7 p.m. on Election Day. And that would certainly require legislation because at this time, UOCAVA or overseas ballots may be received up to 3 days after the election. So this would be a change in the election conduct.
Let's deal with the first one, if you don't mind, the end of the no excuse absentee voting. So this is a recommendation that you want to, a resolution you want to send to the General Assembly. Are there any questions or comments from the board on, you should have a copy of this, the end of no excuse absentee voting. Any comments from the board on that? Member Gazal?
No excuse absentee voting was introduced and passed by the General Assembly, and no excuse absentee voting was introduced and passed by the General Assembly by the Republican majority of the General Assembly, and I believe it was 2006 or somewhere thereabouts. And with the notable exception of the 2020 election because of a global pandemic, absentee voting is somewhere in the range of 5% of all votes. And I find it I don't see any good reason to end it, to make it less convenient for our voters, when it is a very small percentage of our voters. This was originally it was a Republican-favored policy until it started getting used by a bipartisan group of voters. Can you explain why you want to end no excuse absentee voting?
Yes, I will explain why. I think it should be the exception rather than the rule as the method of voting in the state of Georgia. Absentee voting results in loss of control of the ballot. It is the highest risk method of voting for fraud. I think it behooves the state to encourage every voter to vote in person at the polling place where there are safeguards and controls and security measures in place to not only protect the voter, but to protect the ballot. We cannot guarantee secrecy of the ballot if it is in someone's home or in someone's apartment foyer or in someone's post office box. But we can do much better with protecting the voter and the ballot if they're in the secure polling place. Also, it prevents interference with the voter, perhaps buying votes or ballots or stealing ballots or coercing the voter while they're trying to vote in secrecy or pressuring the voter. So I think that absentee by mail voting, since we have a rather robust early voting period, we don't need it. When no excuse absentee voting was introduced, we did not have the prolonged early voting period that we have now. So logically, it doesn't really work well because it introduces a greater burden for election staff to manage and follow and process and tabulate all of those. So that should be an exceptional way to vote for very limited few that are truly handicapped or elderly without access to the polls.
Any further comments
have any election officers or staff expressed that? Since you mentioned the burden to them?
Well, I do recall Paulding Supervisor Deidre Holden expressing her opinion about the multi methods of voting when Dominion was introduced, and so we now had an electronic voting system, and we now have an absentee by mail voting system, and we certainly have provisional ballots. That she was complaining about. We don't have one method of voting in the state of Georgia. We have many methods of voting in the state of Georgia. And then there are certainly the groups that are interested in electronic voting. That is another method of voting. And there are groups that are interested in ranked choice voting, which is another method of voting. We need to work really toward one method of voting so that we know how the election's conducted, so we can depend on the processing and tabulating of the votes, and provide the oversight and transparency and observation that we all deserve with an election.
One final comment. I find it ironic with the tremendous push for hand-marked paper ballots that we're actually trying to restrict access to the one lawful method of using hand-marked paper ballots. So I'll leave it at
Well,
that.
I would respond that indeed it is the hand-marked paper ballot is not the issue. It's the control of the ballot, or the lack of control of the ballot, or the lack of secrecy of the ballot, or the risk of fraud of the ballot that I'm talking about. I'd be very happy to have hand-marked paper ballots in the polling place.
Yes.
Question.
Member King?
Member Gonzalez, are you opposed to supporting this because, I guess I'm not clear on why you're opposed to supporting it. Do you feel like it's just, it's not broke, don't fix it type situation, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll explain.
Yeah.
My husband hates going to the polls. He hates going to he wants to just be able to vote at home and cast his ballot. I don't want to restrict his access to that. I don't want to restrict anybody's access to being able to vote in the method that they choose. I know many people who prefer to vote on absentee ballot because they don't trust the BMD system, which is what we have in place. Restricting access to absentee ballots would force those people who don't trust the BMDs to use them because they would not have access to an absentee ballot. So I oppose any way of restricting voters' free choice to vote in the way that is most convenient for them and that they're most comfortable.
Well, I certainly disagree that this is restricting anyone's ability to vote simply because we're not making it easier for them to vote from their bedroom. I will say, I guess the next question is, are you supportive of hand-marked paper ballots? Because if this is a way of assisting those who are against the BMDs, then would you be supportive of hand-marked paper ballots?
I have never made any secret of my support of hand-marked paper ballots, but that's not what we're talking about here, and that's
Okay,
a legislative decision.
Okay, no. I just want to make sure I was clear on that because of what you stated earlier. It sounds as though you were alluding to the fact that we should support keeping no excuse absentee voting because it was passed by Republicans, which would be very partisan. That's basically making a decision based on our partisanship.
I was merely pointing out the irony.
Because you were saying that we should be supportive of it because it was passed by Republicans, correct?
No, the only reason that people oppose it now is because it's used more broadly by more voters.
Yeah, I think my point still stands that there's a reason why you continue to assert that this was put in place by Republicans. That being said, I do not think that this is a partisan issue. I think it is 100% a voter issue. And to back Dr. Jan when it came to the overwork, how our election workers are overworked, They're overworked. We don't have to consult with election staff to know that they're overworked. We can see it. So I do think, and I do support anything that will help alleviate some of the pressure off of our election workers.
Member Jeffries?
I'm good.
I want to make a comment on this. This came before this board a year and a half ago, and I was against it then, and I'm against it now. And I made my comments public at one of the Blue Ribbon Commissions, and I'll briefly state them again. I'm going to give 3 examples of why I oppose this. One being my mother, who worked 7 days a week to feed her family. She worked 5 days a week at a factory, and on the weekend she worked all day at a restaurant to feed her family. And asking her to miss a day of work to go vote doesn't seem fair to me. My mother was a lifelong Republican. My mother was a member of the United States Marine Corps who went to boot camp at Parris Island. My daughter is a doctor. My daughter recently graduated from her residency at Emory, and my daughter would work sometimes 14 straight days without a day off. And when she had a day off, she had a husband and she had a baby that she had to take care of. And asking my daughter to take the one day off she might have to go vote is not fair. My daughter's an independent, so that's not fair. And then I recently worked for a company that had thousands of people that work 7 days a week. You know, they'd work at our restaurants, I had people in my office that would work in the office during the week and go work at a restaurant on the weekends. And there are a lot of people out there that work 7 days a week to feed their families and make ends meet, especially now. And restricting their access to absentee voting is not fair to those people. It might be easier for somebody who's rich, or somebody who's retired, or somebody who can take a day off and not lose pay. But when you have to earn $1 every day to feed your family, you can't take a day off to go vote. And that's why I opposed it then. That's why I'll oppose it now. That's why I'll oppose it in the future.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Voting is a duty that we all have a responsibility towards. Now, actually going and casting your ballot is a choice. And the point was made that less than 5% of voters utilize this method. So to assume or to make it seem as though we are now restricting the right for anyone to vote simply because they won't have this particular method is inaccurate. The emotional attachment to your explanation, I get it. It may work for some people, but voting and protecting our country is something you do regardless of having to work 7 days a week. The fact of the matter is, we all have to work hard. We all make sacrifices. It is a sacrifice when you go into the polls and you vote. So asking someone to find 1 day out of the year where they can cast a ballot in order to protect their country, I don't think that that's somehow creating a burden.
Well, it creates a burden. It is a sacrifice. You're asking somebody whether to get a paycheck or go vote. That's
well,
the reality of it.
they won't miss a paycheck. Are they missing a paycheck?
That's the reality of it. And my mother would have had to make a decision whether she was going to lose a day of pay or go vote. My daughter would have had to make a decision whether she was going to, stay home the one day that she had with her family or go vote. People that I've worked with for years now are going to make a decision whether they have to lose a day of pay or go vote. And so it's a decision that poor people have to make every day.
So it sounds like we need an election holiday. That's what it sounds like, right?
That's not an option right now.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe the state of Georgia requires employers to provide time for voters to go work. I believe it's 2 hours.
It's not paid.
That is required to. Yes, I believe it is. To allow them to vote. Now, Jimmy Carter, one of the only president from Georgia, who was also a Democrat, said that absentee voting was the method of choice for voter fraud, and he did not recommend absentee voting. And when he famously worked in did his election work in other countries, the first thing they did, besides cleaning up the voter rolls, was to insist on Election Day in-person voting, and they allowed no absentee voting, I think, except for perhaps the only exception was embassy staff. And so if it's good enough for President Carter, I think it's good enough for us. And I'm a physician, and I worked 7 days a week, and I made it a priority and took the time and rearranged the time to get to the polls and vote. So, anecdotal stories just are, they're nice and they sound good, but the point is, it's a burden to coordinate and provide the staff and the hours and the work for these election offices to track the absentee ballot applications, to provide for the mailing and issuing of the absentee ballots, to receive them back and to organize and keep track of those, and then process those, and then tabulate those absentee ballots. It's a whole nother election system, and the best thing we could do is try to simplify the conduct of elections so that it is more uniform, but to provide the exception. Yes, we do provide exceptions for the need to vote absentee ballot, but I think convenience is not probably the best way or best standard as far as offering the ballot to our Georgia citizens.
Well, we'll continue to disagree on that. I don't think that, the examples I gave are real examples, and it's a reality of a lot of people who have to work 7 days a week to make a day's living, or pay for the family, to pay for rent, buy food. So that's a reality.
It is a reality, and I did work 7 days a week. I wasn't making that up. So if you want a real anecdotal experience, then I'll be glad to give it to you.
Any members all?
I'm sorry, I wasn't going to say anything else, but when President Carter is invoked, I have to clarify that the initial Carter-Baker Commission in 2004 did talk about vulnerabilities, and the Carter-Baker Commission reformed around 2020 and issued clarifications on that, saying that because of the developments and safeguards that had been built into the system, there are no real vulnerabilities in absentee voting, and they clarified that.
Thank you for that update. But the vulnerabilities are still there. Yes. You still lose the secret ballot. You still run the risk that the ballot can be bought or sold or stolen or coerced or manipulated or thrown in the trash or voted for by a person that ballot was not intended for.
Any further comments from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we send a letter to the General Assembly and the leadership in the General Assembly to recommend consideration to end no excuse absentee voting for the state of Georgia.
There's a motion to send a letter to the General Assembly recommending ending no excuse absentee voting. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Nay.
The chair will exercise its right to vote and will vote negative. Nay. Next item on the agenda.
Yes, it passes too.
Next item on the agenda is letter of support from board to the EAC. Dr. Johnson?
Wait, don't we have
I'm sorry.
Your resolution.
the other resolution
Oh.
first?
Right.
I'm sorry. Yes, we have another resolution, the recommendation to the General Assembly to require timely receipt of all ballots. Would you like to explain that, Dr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Currently in Georgia, absentee ballots for voters called UOCAVA, Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, consistent with that, and Georgia is currently allowed to receive these ballots 3 days after Election Day, such that ballots are received by 5 p.m. on Friday after the election. 31 states do not allow late receipt of absentee ballots, in particular UOCAVA, and Georgia does not allow receipt for routine absentee ballots after Election Day. But 31 states have a timely receipt requirement at the close of polls on Election Day. For Georgia, that would be 7 p.m. Georgia currently sends out its UOCAVA ballots a few days greater than the required statute. And most are sent electronically these days. Therefore, a voter that is overseas has more than 45 days, has 49 days to return the ballot by mail to the election office. This recommendation would be to create a certain deadline for the end of voting or receipt of ballots for 7 p.m. on Election Day. And then the only ballots to be considered following that 7 p.m. on Election Day would be the provisional ballots that have until Friday at 5 p.m. to be resolved. So this recommendation would be to change the deadline to 7 p.m. on Election Day for receipt of UOCAVA ballots.
Any discussion?
I have a
Member Gazal.
I have a clarifying question. Part of this is prohibition of electronic voting. Would that entail electronic ballot delivery or not?
Currently, ballots in Georgia must be returned by mail.
Correct.
Correct.
But this proposal says prohibition of electronic voting, the use of electronic voting systems, including internet-based voting and electronic voting machines that do not produce a voter-verified paper audit trail. I'm confused why that is in there, because that is not used under Georgia law, and it could be arguably could prohibit electronic ballot delivery, since it is an internet-based voting system to assert the front end of it. So I'm asking, why is that in there if you're
Right.
not trying to prohibit electronic ballot delivery?
I see your clarification. So perhaps this should be reworded to permit the delivery of the ballot electronically,
I
which
think
is currently.
it needs to be clarified what exactly the intent
Certainly.
here is. I also want to correct the record that it is 21 states that have the UOCAVA ballot delivery deadline of Election Day. 22 states require postmark by Election Day and received afterwards. 7 states require no postmark but just an attestation. And 3 states have differing receipt deadlines for overseas versus military ballots. And I want to make it clear that what we're talking about is members of the military would have less time to return their ballot. Approximately, I think, I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is it's about 50% of the UOCAVA ballots that Georgia receives are from members of the military. So this
What
would,
percent?
I think it's about 50% of our UOCAVA ballots. I mean, somebody should check me on that. Fact check me. I want to make sure that this is my memory, which is faulty on good days. But I think it's about 50% of our UOCAVA ballots are from members of the military. The other 50% are from overseas voters. So this is reducing time for members of the military, and it is a minority of states not a majority of states.
I
that-
have the
that-
list here, and it's 31. I count 31.
Well, according to the National Council on State Legislatures, I'm not sure where you're getting your information from, but it's the website right now that I'm reading from.
I have a list of every state, and it's
Is that the UOCAVA deadline, or is that simply the?
UOCAVA ballot return deadline. Yeah, sure. And the percentage of overseas voters to military is now 70-30 or 35-65.
I
So
don't- I
the
don't know what-
minority of overseas ballots come from military.
Is this from Georgia or overall?
I believe that is overall.
Okay, well, I don't know what this note is from, what this list is from, but the National Council on State Legislatures has very different data. And it's alive. So I don't know how to resolve the discrepancy, but this is, gives statutory references if you'd like to see them.
Well, I will, I've checked that twice, so I will recheck that. I don't think it was national NCLS.
Any further comments? Member King?
No comment.
Dr. Johnson?
No.
Member Gazal? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to make a motion with the clarification as recommended by Member Gazal for prohibition of electronic voting to specify that electronic receipt of ballot is permissible, but return of ballot is still required by mail to the election office, that we recommend to the General Assembly to require timely receipt of all ballots by 7 p.m. on Election Day.
The motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Next item on the agenda is a letter of support from the board to the EAC. Dr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Chair. At the last meeting, I informed the board that the Election Assistance Commission had received a petition to revise the federal voter registration application to alter that so that it requires proof of citizenship when registering to vote with the federal voter registration application. A member of the board said that there were lawsuits that had opposed this, but the lawsuits were actually against an executive order and not against this petition by America First Legal. Thank you very much, America First Legal. And I sent a letter to the board, and Member Gazal opposed the letter. As far as she declined to participate or put her name on it. However, a letter, the petition, actually the petition date was over on the 20th, I believe. So public comments were received up until the 20th, so that comment period is over. I believe there are over 300,000 comments sent to the Election Assistance Commission concerning the petition. And I sent, so a letter was sent. Mr. Chair, you did not reply to whether you wanted to sign a letter of support to change the federal voter registration application. So a letter was sent with the signatures of Member Jeffries, King, and myself, not on behalf of the board, but just as a letter of support. And I just wanted to share that with the board today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
1 second, please. Okay.
Were these letters sent in your personal capacity?
They were.
Did you use your personal emails? Or your board
It was a form. There was a portal.
Right,
per
and you
form.
had to provide an email address on that.
Right. Personal.
Okay,
Yes.
and it was not sent as an institution.
It was not sent as an institution.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is new business. I believe that concludes our old business. New business is a petition from Cobb County for a waiver. Ms. Fisher, are you here? Mentally. Would you please come up and describe what you're asking this board to do, please? And keep it to just a few minutes, please.
Few as in 2 or few as in 10?
4 minutes and 37 seconds. How about that?
I'll set my timer.
As briefly as you think is necessary. How about that?
That's good. It shouldn't take too long to explain this, but hopefully you'll have questions. I don't know if you all have read the email that I sent you, but in a nutshell, when Senator Estevez stepped down to run for a higher office, Governor Kemp had the option of running this election for Senate District 35 concurrently with the current election going on right now, the PSC and the municipal races. Instead, he chose to bump it back 2 weeks. What's that? Is it mic on?
It's on, yes.
He set the election date for November 18th. And you say, so is that a problem? Yes, it is. Because the two elections encounter each other the last week of early voting for the PSC race. And this only affects 2 counties, but it's 2 of Georgia's biggest counties. It's Fulton and Cobb. And when you're running an election and then you're required to start a whole new election, and that is separate absentee ballots, separate LNA, separate RLA, separate drop boxes, separate voting polling places. That's a lot to put on an election staff, and it's also a lot to put on the board. Last year, we passed the rule, which I fully supported, the pre-certification meeting, because a lot of counties, like Fulton, don't give their board members all the documents that they need to certify an election. Fortunately, Cobb has been pretty cooperative, so I do get all the documents I want, but by the end of December, at Christmas, Cobb County Election Board will have had between 36 and 38 board meetings. That's insane. And by just adding this new special election, you're adding 3 pre-certifications on that list. And I am asking you, in a nutshell, to waive the pre-certification rules for only this special election. I think that is a necessary rule, but I am asking you to have mercy, give us a little grace, and let us do this electronically, which I think it can easily be done electronically. The 2 pre-certification meetings are the Friday before Thanksgiving and the Friday before Christmas, 2 of them. And as it stands, I now have to cancel my trip home for Christmas. So I'm not real happy about that. But anyway, that's what I'm asking. It's not Debbie Fisher asking, it's Cobb County Board of Elections and Registration asking. This may be the only time we all agree on one item. So I am asking you to please vote yes. And as explained to you, I believe, by the AG's office, there is a 15-day requirement for you all, which is written in the petition that I've provided you, that you have to give notice. I think someone in public comment is not happy not being able to read this. Frequently, I just want to throw this out there. Frequently, new business, you're not privy to information before it's brought up, because that's why it's called new business. So hopefully you will vote on this as soon as possible, I believe that is 15 days that you have to give notification before it can be voted on.
Yeah, the earliest date we could vote on would be November the 6th, I believe.
That would be okay. I mean, this election.
We would have to have a special called meeting for the board for this one issue.
And I will move for a special called meeting at the time that we are able to get this posted and the 15-day clock starts, because I don't want to commit that we can get it up today, but I will move for scheduling a special meeting at that time.
Probably we'd need to set it for the 7th, and just to make sure it gets posted. I don't know if it can get posted today or tomorrow at the very latest, then we could get it to the 7th. So any questions from Ms. Fisher?
I want to appreciate the diligence with which you have been advocating for your ward and your voters in your county. And I'm happy to do what I can to make sure that this gets.
I very much appreciate you raising the level on this. I wish there was something we could do for all the election workers to give them a little breather, because that's really.
Yeah.
Anyway,
maybe you can make a rule about that.
I would be perfectly willing to make a recommendation to the legislature that any special elections that are called within 6 weeks of a pre-scheduled election date must coincide with that election. And that is a legislative act. It's nothing we can do, but it's something I'm willing to carry.
The statute actually allows the governor to make that determination currently, and I'm fine with the governor making that determination if he wants to push it out. But to put an election right in the middle of 2 holidays, not one, and to do them running concurrently, that is a recipe for disaster, especially when you're talking about Fulton and Cobb. Just saying, we show up here quite a bit. Unfortunately, but we also have majority of the voters. I mean, we're almost up to we kind of go back and forth.
Don't leave Gwinnett County out of this.
Well,
we have 1 million people in Gwinnett County now.
Well, yeah, they are large, but they aren't called on the carpet as frequently in this meeting. So anyway, appreciate it.
Yeah, quick question. Just want to make for clarification very, very quickly. And I am supportive, too, of this 100%. But I just want to make sure I'm clear. Are you saying that the first week of early voting for this race will run congruently with the last week of early voting for the last race?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So how does that work? I mean, are they gonna change the machines? Like, how are they gonna? I mean, the people who come in that last week are now gonna see a new.
Here's how we're going. That's a good question.
machines.
I'm not sure this has ever happened where 2 elections ran concurrent. Nobody's aware of it if they have. We have decided in the one early voting location for the SD 35, we're going to allow the PSC and municipal early voting at that location as well, so the voters don't have to go to 2 separate locations. So what we're doing is putting the elections in 2 separate rooms. So they'll only have to walk down a hallway rather than drive 4 miles, trying to be courteous to the voters, because it isn't just the problem with us and with the workers. The communication is going to be critical on this because it's going to be very confusing.
Right.
And we've already gotten our communication director of Cobb County did a great video explaining what's going on. Hopefully a lot of people will share it. We're putting out flyers. We're going to be putting out signage on roads, directing people to vote in SD 35, because, I mean, it's Christmas shopping, turkey shopping.
Yeah.
Well, any further questions from the board?
Thank you.
Question, Ms. Fisher, who's the current election director of Cobb County?
Michael Dietrich is the acting election director currently, and we've the poor guy had been really piled on, and he's doing a great job, actually.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we post this for the necessary notice for a petition, and then vote on it 15 days after the post. I think that's the proper motion at this point.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Can we make sure that goes into the meeting minutes that we have a 5-0 vote on it? Really, what could have
I know,
been
that's very rare.
controversial
The chair-
topic? Thank you.
The chair will exercise its right to vote and will vote aye.
I appreciate that, Mr. Vivier.
Is the board available for a called meeting, Zoom meeting on the 7th of November?
I'll make myself available.
Okay.
I don't care where I am.
Hope, would you arrange for that? Thank you.
I very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Executive Director reports. Executive Director Mills.
Let me set the time.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll work at your pleasure. There really is not a whole lot to report since the last SEB board meeting, except I had been asked to comment in regards to directors' and officers' insurance, which has been a concern, and understandably so. There's an application process which is quite involved in order just to get quotes on that. I've got the majority of that work already done.
Can I interrupt you for a second on that? And I was discussing that with the Attorney General's office this morning, and they feel like that if we're going to purchase insurance, it has to go through DOAS, the Department of Administrative Services, that they're responsible for doing that. And therefore, I think that we ought to take a look at that. I just heard about it this morning. I think we need to take a look at that real quick.
Are you saying go through the purchasing process, like meaning throw a bid out on the street and all of that's the whole process?
I don't know. Like I said, all I heard this morning from the Attorney General's office was that it may be a requirement that we go through DOS to purchase insurance.
That it may be a requirement,
Yeah,
but we
I-
just don't, okay.
I don't know much more than that, and so I think that we need to understand that before you spend a lot more time on that, just to make sure that we're able to do what we want to do. So,
They may have an approved list. I don't know, but I certainly will get in touch with DOAS and AG's office in regards to that. Initially, what I can say to you on that is, it's clear. We saw, and public comments earlier alluded to this, that there is an increasing level of lawfare being promulgated across this nation, and it's very sad. But because of that, I think that all boards are becoming more vulnerable, as well as the officers. And this is only an initial, please don't hold me to this, but the initial quotes that we are most likely to get back are going to be pretty high. What I'm hearing, without having all the facts in yet, are going to be somewhere between $35,000 and $50,000. Now, as a board member, I think you need to really weigh in on this matter and consider a strong conversation with the Attorney General's office as to what kind of assurance do you have that they're going to defend you as a board member. I see it as their duty. I see it as what the AG's office is set up for, and it's very disconcerting to me to come into this position and learn that that we have a situation going on where that's not happening. I don't know all the facts. It would be inappropriate for me to even comment. But what I can say is it's alarming that any volunteer board member can be challenged without the AG's office defending them. That is, as a Georgia citizen, that is just alarming to me. Your pool of volunteers will diminish immediately, especially good people. So it is a point of discussion, and just know that I am in that. And Mr. Chairman, I will follow up with the AG and the DOAS. I do know that sometimes they have approved lists for people to get quotes from, and I'll be happy to do that.
yeah, being involved in insurance for quite some time, those quotes don't surprise me at all. I would have expected that range, so.
Well, and again, don't hold me to it. That's just an initial, but just so the board can be aware going forward. And of course, it may sound high until you're the one involved in that process. Then you may very well wish you had it.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's that low, actually.
It can be a lot higher.
Well, part of this application process will be producing the budget of the SEB to the people you apply for. And once that takes place, that could, that there are a number of factors. The fact that we have a challenge right now could ramp that up as well. So.
I want to state something just for the record. When I joined this board, I was told that we could not be sued individually, that we would have to be sued as a board, and that we would have representation from the Attorney General's office. The fact that we're having this discussion and having to pull money out of our budget to defend ourselves is appalling. It is absolutely appalling. I agree with our executive director wholeheartedly. How many people are going to want to volunteer when they know that their livelihood is at risk if someone disagrees with their decision and there's no support from our Attorney General's office? And I know for those who appreciate lawfare lynching, they seem to be okay with this type of behavior. And I think it's appalling, and it's quite concerning that we are put in this position. So I just want to be on record stating that I am extremely disappointed with our Attorney General's office and with their lack of support and their inability to do their job.
Me too. Please, please.
Let me move on to the next subject, and that would be to report to the board. For some time, our investigators have been working, and by the way, they're not here today at my request because they are getting ready for our next board meeting where we'll be taking up cases to discuss on December the 9th and 10th. And in light of that, before I forget it, Hope had handed me a note. We just got confirmation, Mr. Chairman, that on November the 12th, this room that we're in now has been made available to us to have our meeting here.
Good.
So, for the record, those of you that are here and the board, we now have a room. With the legislative session coming up, room 341 in the Capitol has a lot of use. And of course, there are dozens of study committees that are going on through the legislature, and they have to keep those rooms available first to senators and representatives, and we understand that. So we appreciate them accommodating us here.
Yeah, I would go ahead and make sure we have December lined up too.
We do. It's already
Over
done.
there? Okay. All right.
It's already done. And again, Hope, you're doing an excellent job in that. And Hope was even into the way past working hours yesterday, getting us, making sure we had an additional room for our executive session. So Hope, thank you for your great work there and getting this confirmed so we could announce it today. The investigators are not here because they're working on getting cases ready for us to be heard in our December meeting. They have also been working extremely hard on our software that we're going to put in place. In fact, it is already gone live within our agency office as of Monday. At this point, when complaints come in, they will now be entered into this tracking software that we have, and we should be able to track exactly where the complaint is. So when somebody calls in and they says, can you give me a status on complaint so-and-so? And we'll be able to look it up immediately. We'll be able to say, okay, it's with the SOS investigators. It's with our investigator. It's, it's been dismissed for administrative purposes, or it didn't qualify, or maybe it got sent to the ethics committee, or it didn't come under the election. We'll know exactly where it's at. Why is that important? Because right now we don't have anything like that in existence. And we have also incorporated, and we're incorporating the open records requests that come in to the SEB into this same software program. There's lots of moving pieces to this. And I will say to you that one day there will be a whole new board. There will be another executive director. None of us will be at this table. But what I think will be there will be this tracking software. Employees are going to come into their office in the agency. They're going to check their email, and the next thing you're going to do is turn on that tracking software and go to work. That's how comprehensive this is. And it is excellent. It is a Cadillac of systems. You're going to be impressed when you see it. The staff went through a full day of training just a couple of weeks ago in preparation for this. And like I say, as of Monday, we've gone live with it. And while it's not a big deal to the public, it is a big deal to this agency. Sometimes I have to remind myself, just being new in this position, we are building a new agency here. There's only been one other executive director. I'm the second executive director. This agency has started with scratch. from scratch. I mean, there's been nothing in existence, and so we're bringing on employees. We're getting investigators. We have an open records officer. We have Hope is our executive assistant. I mean, the work is there, and it's only going to grow as this state grows. But you can only do so much. I would say to you that as chair, as the chairman has stated earlier, I will remind again that the meeting will be right here November the 12th in 307 of the LOB, so you can make your plans. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this point.
Perfect. So the next item on the agenda is executive session, which the board will exit this room and go into executive session. There may or may not be actions taken based on that we would have to come back and publicly vote for. Last on the agenda is announcements of the next board meeting. We've already announced the next board meeting, so there's no reason for that to be on there. So anybody that would like to leave is free to leave, unless you want to wait around and see the results of executive session. The executive session will be to discuss personnel matters and also legal matters that are coming before this board that we will have a discussion on. And so please feel free to do whatever you'd like. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to exit to executive session.
So moved.
Is there a second? We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, so moved. This board will now recess a regular session and move into executive session.
To full-time.
Second.
We have a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Autumn will be offered a full-time position with the board.
Okay.
And she is on her way over here now
I just want to make sure.
for us to all sign a notarized, when you go into executive session, you're supposed to sign. And so she's.
And are in negotiations as per our discussion to settle the suit.
The American Oversight lawsuit. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second to authorize the Attorney General to move into negotiations to resolve the American Oversight lawsuit. Any questions? Hearing no other questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Is there any further business come before the board today? We've already accomplished the last item on the agenda, which was the next board meeting. This board will have a quick meeting on November the 7th to discuss the petition that's brought forth today. And then we'll have our next scheduled meeting on November the 12th in this room here. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Promising.
Get over it.